Welcome back to VP4 Online. Welcome to VP4 TV. We're back for our second match of the day, and this time it's on the one-loss side in the VP4 2022 Blackpool World Championships, and it's a match between POTMAN from England, DJSIMON, who is an ex-English Pat, now adopted to Scotland, and they are going to kick off at the top of the hour. We're about 3-4 minutes away from it. Good evening to Spud Boy. Good evening to Chimpy. So, we've had the big match this afternoon, the one between Semi-Pro and Cobra, and Cobra came out on top, so he is now going to be playing Zangetsu, the dark horse of the tournament. And, well, those games, Larry's going to be playing Albinario. Those games are a few days away yet. But tonight's schedule has two matches on, the one that we're about to watch on the one-loss side, and we have a second one-loss side match between Cheeky Chico and Christian that's due to start in an hour's time. So this match, well, we don't know how long it's going to take, but it's certainly going to probably overlap into the second one, and Cheeky Chico will be the very strong favourite for that second match. But you never know. And as for this match, I haven't the foggiest idea how this is going to go between Simon and POTMAN. It could end up going all the way. This table, I think, suits POTMAN better, simply because of the size of it. But who's going to have the better skills at finding a way around this table? That's a toss of a coin. Right, who's all arrived? Good evening to Cobra. Well done in the win today. Good evening to WizKid. I don't think I've missed anybody else so far. Brain fell out. Welcome back. Is there somebody asleep in that room that's up there? That brain fell out Obstman room. Somebody must still be lying in there. Whoever that might be. So we're about a minute away. So what's the predictions for this match then? Well, that's what I said. I know. I mean, the one thing is that I didn't think you were slow. In fact, you certainly weren't as slow a pace as Zangetsu. But you go as slow as your shot clock allows you to go if you need to. That's the way I see it. But like you, Cobra, as soon as somebody as soon as I get wind of somebody getting annoyed at something I'm doing, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to do it even more. Because there's different ways to get under people's skin, but the thing is don't let it get to you. Well, the room is up. Let's get in. And we're first in the door. Well, that's exactly what I thought. I mean, you've got to assess the situation before you make a move. Too many players don't. Yeah, Peter Ebden got under Ronnie O'Sullivan's skin. Because the one thing about Peter Ebden, he was never ever going to change his way of playing. Right, DJSIMON is in. We're just waiting on POTMAN. If he can be bothered to arrive.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Right, here we go. Both players are in. Simon is at the bottom of the screen. Potman the furthest away. So Simon has won the lag. So race to 11 on the one loss side. Alternate break. And the yellow eventually drops in up top. In fact, 2 yellows have gone. I never noticed where the other one went, but these yellows are absolutely perfect. And the yellow that's partially blocking the 8 ball can easily be taken care of. That's if he wants to take the yellows, that is. And these red balls are a little bit too close for comfort. You know, looking at them from my point of view, I would think that they're just a wee bit too close for comfort to try to be delicately moving a cue ball in and around them. So Simon obviously thought something similar. Now, can he see that yellow? No, he can't. Now he's got to go either 1 rail dead weight or 2 rails and back out around behind this 8 ball and the 3 reds. Well, that was a bit dodgy doing it that way, but he's just got there and no more, because that could have ended up in an early disaster. But it's a good start for Simon. A break and a run out. Now is Potman up to the challenge? And more importantly, can he get a ball? Red ball goes in, red ball goes in the top corner. So similar to the last rack as far as 2 of the same colour going in. The big difference is the table doesn't look quite as nice and inviting. That red is tight, but it goes in off the jaw. But Potman doesn't like that idea, but he's got a combo down the rail. Should he be able to get over that side? And the other problem, which is the biggest problem, is that the 8 ball can only really be got at for the 1 corner pocket on the left side. I think it's blocked by the other yellow. At the moment it is. Now would be the time to get up table and deal with that yellow that's up there. I don't know whether he can draw straight back though. I think the angle's maybe a bit dodgy. And now there's a problem. And I don't know whether that yellow will squeeze. Well, it does squeeze by far enough that he's got the cover on that pocket. Now the thing is that in this present situation, Potman's he's in a good spot, having these 3 balls all reasonably close to one another, but he's still not in a good spot as long as that yellow stays up the table. Well, Simon going full-blooded for the bank. And he's asking Potman a question. Can you find your way out here then? I mean, they're all there for you. But that yellow up the table, it still sits there. And he can't get to it. He's got the edge of this one, but I don't think he can make enough angle to get there. Well, this is where you're tested for one critical shot. You've got an angle to get up the table, plenty of room on the left-hand side. If he's going one rail up above that red on the left-hand side, but the pace is way too heavy. Well, it is off the rail. And of course now this cue ball's running loose. That's if he gets the pot. Has it got the legs? No, it hasn't. And like I thought it would, as long as that yellow stayed there, it was going to be the undoing of Potman and getting out. This one, again, has to be gentle to try and keep the cue ball from leaking out into the table, and he's played it well. And it's going to be 2-0. Good start for Simon. But Potman didn't have a great opportunity to get to that yellow, and that was the cause of his downfall there. Simon's had a yellow on the break. We've got a bit of a problem on the left side. I think the red and let's have a look at this red and yellow. Well, the red and the yellow do go into the pocket. Simon's chosen the yellows, and he may well be taking a risk here because he's got to move something up in this left-hand corner to try and improve the situation, but I don't think he really went to that shot with a lot of conviction. Just clipped to red. Nothing's changed, except he's running out of shots again. Now, if he just rolls to that yellow, well, I don't know whether he's covered that one. Yes, he's covered it. So I mean, that's not bad. I mean, there is a combo on for Potman, and it would need to be made because it's going to the jaw. Now again, just a quick check with everybody. I presume I don't hear any complaints coming in, so I presume the stream quality is just as good as it was this afternoon. Oh, he's played the other combo. Well, again, Potman should be ducking for cover. He's got an easy enough safety. Got to remember he's got to hit a rail though. Well, the one thing now is Simon has to be careful because all of these reds are on. They all do have pockets to go into. Potman's the one that has to be really careful. That's good to hear. Simon, quick look at this end of the table. Simon's got trouble here. He's went all out for the bank, but again he hasn't got a good roll. And he's just going to have to kick. That's unlucky. He, again, taking initiative, going for the kill. Well, that's got to hit the rail, and it has done. Well, so now Potman is getting asked another question. I mean, the red is on. The red obviously cuts into the top left or right hand corner pocket, and they are all there. So this is where you make your move. No other reason to hang about playing safeties. Well, if I was Potman, I would leave that red that's in the right hand side there, the one that's below the pocket, because I wouldn't want to be travelling the cue ball from the top end of the table down to get good on this 8-ball. I would want something that would give me easier access to the 8-ball, and that red in the side rail or near the side pocket is probably the better ball for that. Now, nothing to stop him rolling that one in and rolling through for this one in the side. Now, the thing is, he's going to start getting around corners here, and he could end up in trouble. But he's okay. I mean, he's like, what, 3 or 4 inches off the spot that I was thinking about to play that other red in the side, the one that's in the middle of the table. And the angle he has is not great in that one for him, because again, the cue ball's having to run, and he's doing his best here to get himself awkward. And now he's taking the ball that would be the best ball to get him down to that 8-ball, so it's gone. And this is where he needs another good shot to get good on whatever this last ball is going to be. That was a fail, Chimpy. Well, let's see if this all pans out and it all works out fine for Potman, or whether it goes pear-shaped. Because he's heading away from the red. He's going to be a distance from the red unless he does something with this cue ball. And he can't just roll this in dead weight, because the cue ball's going to be nowhere. And now he's hung the 8. So that's a chance gone for Potman. And I don't think he took that the right way. I don't think the pattern was good. Certainly didn't. I didn't agree with it myself. I don't know about anybody else. He took the one good ball that was good to get down onto the 8. Had he got that far. Well, now he's going to play the combo. No prizes for guessing that one. Getting a second bite at the cherry. Trailing 2-0 and needs to get off the mark. Now he doesn't know whether to go right side or straight onto the rail. when he cuts this, it's thin, and the cue ball wants to come up the table, and he's headed towards the 8 and ended up in no man's land. This is what POTMAN does, not just in this game, but he ends up. I always think he ends up overthinking things, but he's managed to get out if the cue ball stays in the table, which it will do. I think the most important thing is it doesn't matter how he got out, he got one on the board, so he's off and running. But I don't think he got any joy there. I didn't hear anything go. And again, straight away there's an issue that Simon's trying to deal with, choosing the red, trying to draw in to split them up. Well, he got the red into play. And you see how that went to the rail there. As soon as it came off that rail, it was never going in the pocket. But that's a position shot as well, just blocking the pocket. Although there's not many yellow balls heading that direction by the look of it. And the ones at the top end of the table have got a pocket. But I do think POTMAN, it's important that if he's using the shot clock, he uses it to the best of his advantage. So that he's thinking straight and trying to make things simple for himself, and straight away he's got himself in trouble. And it couldn't have finished any more awkward. He's right over the 3 ball, and I think he's on the knuckle as well. Or is he? No, he's okay. Again, this looks inviting enough for Simon, but when that red ball that's to the right, the cue ball sits there, it's not really a great opportunity. I think he's straight in this one on the side. Yep, he's pretty much dead straight. I mean, he could try running the red onto the yellow. I don't think the yellow's sitting that good though either. I think that's an issue. It's sitting near the knuckle. And Simon just trying to get down below this red to see if he can push it to somewhere that's of benefit to him, but that yellow's in the way. So it looks as if POTMAN's going to get a chance here. Yeah, that was beyond tight, that shot, trying to get it into the side, but he certainly got it in a much better place. And it asks the question of POTMAN again. Well, again, I wouldn't be potting this yellow. I'd be just playing it safe. I'd be coming off that yellow and coming over this side. I mean, you might give Simon some sort of shot, but he's still got a tall order to get down to this 8 ball. I wouldn't be opening that pocket. And again, POTMAN has got the same problem as the last rack. There's a ball of his up the table and it sits there. Now, he could cut that right now, that yellow ball. I mean, you've got to be brave enough to take on the shot that's right to get you back into business at this end of the table. I mean, he's got a perfectly clear shot on it. He's going to come down the right-hand side, but he's going to mess about down here and end up getting nowhere. Now he's got nothing. Oh, good evening to Sergaresh. Who else has turned up? Good evening to Tommy. Well, at last, Potman plays a decent safety. But his first shot should have been probably cutting that yellow. But it might work out in his favour now, unless Simon can kick this red in. Well, he's hit a ball, he's got a ball to a rail, and so Potman doesn't get his free shot. He's going to have to do it as he's looking at the table, and now he's looking at the yellow, the one that he should have took on his last visit, first shot. Once again, the cue ball's just running loose. And this, well, this is really tough. I don't care what Steve says about his theory about pot and knees, but I mean, look at how close he is. That's never going in. I don't think you can read that angle good enough at the distance he is from it. I think the best thing I'd be trying to do would be push that yellow forward and roll through and maybe get lucky behind the 8 ball again. I mean, or a little dink off the edge of it and try and stay behind the yellow. That's as good a plan as any. Now, did he get it legal? Yes, he did. That was a better shot. But Simon, okay, hit the first red, but he got the kick. He got the legal hit, and the bonus was knocking in the other red. But it leaves the problem for Simon to get this cue ball down here into some sort of spot. Well, I like the pace. If it slows up a bit, if it just keeps going, it should be fine. So he restores his 2-rack lead. Oh, and he's pinched the break off Potman as well. So, DJSIMON with a 3-racks-to-1 lead. And off and running in rack number 5. Now, what sort of thing can he sort out here? Well, he's going to have to get up the table to about here at least if he wants to free up that 8 ball right now. And clearly he doesn't, because he's way down the table, and now again he's got himself in a wee bit awkward situation. Still managed to cut it in though. But having said that, he's now going to have to travel again to find the 8 ball if he can get these two, which is just making it a problem. Right, looking at the angle he's rolling through, he may well miss those yellows. He's playing it dead soft. I don't think he wanted to play it that soft though, because this is definitely bedhead territory. But that pace and that knock onto the yellow gives Potman his gift with a free ball and a ribbon on it to deal with the 2 yellows that are on the side rail, get them dealt with, and the 8 ball hanging over the pocket. So the pressure's on Potman here. It looks simple enough. 8 ball's just waiting to drop in. The Potman wants to make sure he gets away from these yellows. He doesn't want to play this soft and be stuck against one. He wants to get them out. Oh dear. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, he should have hit that a bit firmer just to get them off the rail, if anything. But ending up down here with virtually no shot other than a really dodgy cut on the yellow and the rail. How amazing is it that players do these sort of things when they've got a free shot? You know, anything but that. I mean, the first thing I said there was make sure he doesn't just dink that and stay close to the 2 yellows, but he's made sure he came away from the yellows, but he didn't hit them hard enough to really get the other one in play. But he's played a good recovery shot. I'll give him that. He's got to follow it up. He's going to look a bit silly with a wide open table now that he's played that shot and get rid of the real tough one if he can't finish the job. And that is awful. Oh dear, Potman, you're digging your own grave here, I'm afraid, with stuff like that. You've got to come to the party with something. And now all of a sudden, it's 4-1. And that all went downhill straight away when he had his free shot. I mean, the thing about the free shot as well is you can move the cue ball within the bulk area anywhere you want, so that you can come off the ball that you're moving and stay well out the way of it and stuff like that. You can do things like that. You don't just have to run the ball into it, let the cue ball run somewhere like he did. You know, you've got to control the movement in the cue ball, even though it's a free shot. It doesn't mean free shot just let the cue ball run wherever the hell it wants to. I mean, that should have been well in hand. You can see enough of that to cut it. You can just see enough of it. But he's got to be gentle and hope that he gets a gap that can allow him to see this red over on the right side. That's enough room to get the pot angle. Now, how's his luck with the gap? Well, he's got a shot. The best he'll do here is hang this over the pocket, because the cue ball, whatever pace he's going to hit this at, is going to run across, maybe into the 8 ball. He's got right English on this, which is making the shot even more difficult. And in the end, he had far too much on it. I think if he just played that plain ball and let the cue ball do its thing, it might have turned out better than this. Now, let's have a look. I think all he can do is a little brush off that red and just try and rest the cue ball in that spot there. He may well be in trouble after it, but at least he would be limiting what's available to Simon. It's the only shot that's on, I think. He's went all out for the bank. And of course, going all out for the bank, he had he had no shot at all in the 8 ball. And I think a little bit more strategic thinking there might have given him a little time to breathe by dropping that cue ball just in behind the yellow if he could have, and he had the angle to do it and didn't play it. As long as Simon keeps unforced errors down to as much of a minimum as he can, then he's going to come out on top. I think best way to describe it is that Simon, for the little that he gets to play, he's playing a little bit more instinctively than POTMAN is. Now he's just trying to find a gap, and he's just, again, struggling with the weight of this cue ball, but I think he's got there. He has just got there, and no more. Yep, a little roll through, and it's a good out for Simon, and he's shown POTMAN how to get things done. Well, everything's against POTMAN now. He's struggling to get, to take opportunities when he gets them. And, if he used that wee bit more strategy in that last rack there, he might still have had a glimmer of hope. But, not only is the fact that he's not taking the opportunities against him, it's the other fact that it's alternate break. So everything's stacked against him unless Simon starts to do silly stuff. Well, he's plumped for the yellows and got a whole heap of trouble down this end of the table. Well, I think the priority here is to get this ball as near as damn it to this hole down in the bottom right hand corner if he can. It would be better for him if it didn't go in. And that's a neither here nor there shot. And Simon can get to the red and get control of the pocket. There's a sucker shot if ever you've seen one. POTMAN didn't hit the yellow. Simon's been left in a spot where he can get to his red, and now he's saved POTMAN the trouble. And Simon's got control of the pocket. POTMAN's going to have to try another way now. I think if you play the game long enough, to a reasonable standard, then there should be an automatic pilot that kicks in for certain shots. You know, the better players are like that all the time, because you know instinctively what you're going to be playing. I don't think POTMAN's quite at that level. He's certainly, again, in his defence, this isn't a table that he plays on regular either, so he's having to adapt to it. So you always give the players the benefit of that doubt. The struggle with the pace and the judgment of how this cue ball works off these rails. Everybody's struggled to some level. Some have adapted to it much, much better though. And it does tend to be the better players that do that the quickest. And again, Simon's just quite happy to nudge these balls and basically encircle POTMAN. This is like a cowboy and Indian film. You know, there's POTMAN stuck in the middle with, you know, the trail of, what is it you call them again? You know what I'm talking about. The circle of wagons. And Simon is hollering and running round about him in circles here. Got him in knots. Good evening to Hazard. Well, there's that too, Cobra. That's the thing. You need to make an effort to have the table time and get some racks in this thing. You know, simply turning up. I mean, having said that, I don't think Simon's been bothered to put in an awful lot of practice in this. He's quite happy just to show up and take what happens. Well, that is slightly better for POTMAN, because that yellow now is in a good line where if POTMAN can get on it, he might be able to get it to track in after the other red. Well, Simon didn't want that to happen. But the way the red's sitting now, I don't think that POTMAN, even if he was sitting clean on the yellow, I don't think the best he could do would be to hit the far rail and just hope that red double kissed out to the side to try and gain control of that pocket. It looks too tight, I think, to be able to do it. Good evening to LS3. I'm glad all the stream issues are sorted now that I know what the problem was. You know, that's the one thing with this thing. You know, I'll never take it for granted again. The auto setup is good in principle, but it's no good when it defaults your bandwidth to such a low bandwidth, which is exactly what it was. That was the problem. Took all of 30 seconds to sort. Well, again, the major fail. And Simon gets his free shot. Potman doesn't get the ball to a rail. I mean, you hit it at any pace that isn't short of getting to a rail, and that yellow ball can run around the angles of the pocket. Oh, and again, it's just another player getting caught out of the pace of shots. Yes, it must be your systems, Mark. Definitely nothing wrong my end. But then again, when I looked at that, when I looked at the rerun of that stream from last night, and especially watching the replays, it looked terrible. Well, Potman's fighting for his life here in this rack. And once again, though, that yellow that's in front of the red down the bottom right-hand corner is good to follow in that red. If Potman can ever get a shot at it. But Simon is just going to play the combo. Red onto the yellow, onto the red and yellow, and the other red's got to drop in. On the right side, that is. I mean, it's set up for more or less that shot anyway. But Simon's twisting the knife here and blocking the top pocket. And that's the way to play it. You know, run the guy round in circles. But what the mistake he's made is he's put the cue ball in the one spot that Potman wants to try and get control of this pocket. Well, I presume he is. I mean, even if you've got a wee bit of top on it, just to make sure you help that yellow in. Or at least in towards the pocket a bit more. Well, he stunned it in. He didn't put the little bit of top on it to help push it in. Again, you've got to see that coming. You've got to realise that if that ball is going to hit the other ball, you have to make sure it's got momentum to go in. So a wee bit of top just to help that yellow follow in would have done the trick, I think. But anyway, it's now sort of backfired. Simon's played his free shot, and now he's trying to go for the kill. The only lifeline that Potman has here is where the 8 ball is. Now, Simon, his problem is he can't see it. I think he must try and take that one first to at least get out into the table. And he can't. So now it's the bank and a possible lifeline for Potman here in this rack. So here you go. Now again, he wants to get rid of that one up the table. Get that out of the way and make sure you get through far enough. But does he... I think he's got to get through far enough and then take this one, obviously. But he doesn't want to be taking that now, I don't think. I don't like that shot, because again, he could end up putting the cue ball somewhere daft. I think if he just rolls this in and is able to see that one, he can get back into the table, no problem. Plus, the other thing is, if he just finishes sort of there, he's rolling that in and 8 in the side. Problem solved. So this is as thin as you like on this yellow. And just get that cue ball out to here somewhere. Or wherever the line's going to be, somewhere like that. But you've got to hit it and make sure the cue ball comes up the table. You don't chicken out. That'll do it. That's just a straightforward, well, roll it in and go forward and come off the rail, or kill it. There's a slight angle on it, but there really shouldn't be any issue here. What's the score with that Selby match? I haven't caught up with it. Well, there's the immediate problem for Potman. He's had far too much bottom in the cue ball, and it's just a kill shot you're playing. So that problem there was shot execution and not being able to deliver the proper stroke with the cue tip position in order just to kill the cue ball. He ended up putting draw on it, and now he's thrown away his chance unless he can dig something out here. Well, it is becoming a comedy of errors. He's rescued it there with a good cut into the side. He should never have been there in the first place. But it does mean he's back to within 3. And he does have the break. Again, anything can happen. The odd error creeps in from Simon, and Potman's back in it. So you just got to keep battering away. Well, he's lucky he didn't scratch. Well, look at these reds. And suddenly they've opened up a bit. 2 reds. In fact, 3 reds have already gone. But he doesn't want to be touching them. He wants to be playing the yellows. That's a no-brainer. And that yellow that he's looking at is the first one he should be playing. That one up the rail. He shouldn't be playing the one on the side. He's got to run the one up the rail. Unbelievable. Are you guys watching this? You guys explain to me why Potman left that yellow sitting there. I mean, Steve would probably be bashing his head off the desk watching this, because he's on this yellow. He can push it down the rail and get it out of the problem area. And you guys tell me why he left that there. Now, Potman is the person to ask, but I'm asking you guys for your opinion as to why he left that yellow there. Any suggestions? See, now he's looking at trying to cut it up the table. This is crazy. I mean, he was there in the first place, and now he's cutting it, and he's going to get it. But there is no way that was a genius shot. Well, that first shot up the rail wasn't a problem at all. It was just a little dink up the rail. The cue ball's going nowhere but forward a couple of inches for one of the yellows into the side. But anyway, that's over and done with. He's got these other 4 balls remaining, and he's also got these 2 balls in this bottom rail that are good for getting him a shot in this 8 ball, particularly the one that's on this left side. And straight away, this is the one he's going to have to take, unless he wants to try. Well, he can't see enough of that one, so he's now forced into unblocking the pocket. And it would have been good enough to pot that and try and come out for the 8 ball. Now, looking at the 8 ball from the top side, it squeezes past the red anyway into that corner. Right, now, this is not bad. It's not bad. Roll it in, and then roll that one into the side. And if you've already checked the 8 ball out, you see that it does go, but you've got to lie good on it. I think he's fine. That'll do. So now he wants to. Where's this line coming with the cue ball? The line's sort of going that direction. Pot and angle. I'm guessing it's about there. I've probably been nowhere near it because I can't fathom this table out whatsoever. Let's see what happens. Well, he's hit it way softer than you'd ever want it, because he's at least 4 inches short of where he should have been. Now, the worst that will happen here is he's going to have control of the pocket. That they're no combo, so it's still good for Potman. He can just dink this, as long as he dinks it hard enough that it's in or over the pocket. Well, Simon is taking a big risk here. He's probably just going to try and dink this and get it into the front position, but he's underhit that, I think. Oh, he's just got it. I thought that 8-ball was going to be exposed, but Potman can still nip this off the knuckle into the back of the red. Not too hard, though. Yeah, he wants to be playing at that sort of line there. He doesn't want to be moving this red before the 8-ball gets to the knuckle. That's a shot. That is the shot right there. Now, Simon's got to duck for cover somewhere. He's trying to get over behind the two reds. And he hasn't got it. So that last shot with Potman was the one that gave him the rack. Dinking it right into that corner. And maybe he's beginning to find his feet a wee bit, but he's going about it the long way for a shortcut. But he is back to only 2 behind. Yeah, don't mention re-rack. We don't want to go down that route. We don't want that. Well, mind you, Potman was involved in the first incident where that happened. You know, the one that I've seen. So Potman knows what the deal is. Well, let's hope for his sake and for the hope of making it a decent match that he settles down now. That's all I'm hoping for. And look at the way this table's set here. Simon is broke dry, and these balls are not bad at all. The obvious thing here for Potman is he should be looking at this red here. Now, there's nothing to stop him potting that red there, dinking to the rail and coming back out. The worst that's going to happen is he's going to be on one of these. Now, what's to stop him potting that red there and going forward to the rail and coming out and getting rid of that one? Why doesn't he see that shot there? Because that's what he should be playing. I mean, this thing here's a problem ball. These other balls you don't worry about. There's nothing blocking them. You take care of this issue by getting rid of that, dinking to the rail and out. And if you need a wee bit of English, you play it with a wee bit of right English. Short of jumping off the table and slapping you in the face, telling you this is the ball to play, there's no other thing that can happen. Well, he's gone the inside of it. That works just as well. Whatever he's happy with, it's whatever he's comfortable with and gets him there. But that was the right ball to get rid of. That first one and now this one. Don't tell me he's listening to the stream, is he? Well, my pressure does go up because I know Potman he's no numpty. There is times when I do think he overthinks things. And this is what I'm talking about, this sort of instinctive way of playing. When you know what you've got a general idea what you're doing. And I think he holds himself up more than anything else. He's perfectly enough sense to have a rough idea of what he's doing, but he's too tentative sometimes. He doesn't. I mean, there's no embarrassment in playing the right shot and getting it wrong. If you keep playing the right shots often enough, you're going to be a lot more successful. He's got himself awkward here. Now, the other thing is he can't bail out on the ball past the 8-ball. But he's done the right thing. He's missed the pot. I presume he played the lock up. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But Simon can have him in knots again here with this stack of balls up the top of the table. I think you can see the red, but does he want to pot that red? Would you not be better just pushing it to the rail, sort of short of the pocket, and leaving it down there or thereabouts like that? That's a sensible shot. It just gives him a wee bit more manoeuvring time. But Simon, well, I think the general idea there from Simon was to stop POTMAN seeing this red. That was the top priority. This one here he doesn't need to worry about. It was that one there. He wanted to try and force POTMAN to be able to have him to play this red. The thing is as well though, if POTMAN could see enough of this red to cut it, he can go over and split these two possibly. So there's an interesting little strategic battle happening here. Well, now Simon could try and duck for cover again. But what Simon doesn't want to do is finish right on that right rail. He doesn't want to finish here anywhere, because that's going to invite POTMAN to take the pot and get the breakout. Well, he can see this red, but he can't hit it thin enough to make the angle. He's going to have to try, well, if he's going to be creative, he's going to have to go rail first, try and chip it in and get across. And if you're going to, if you think you have a semblance of a chance of doing it, then you go for it 100%. There's no way you go half measures just to pot this ball and do nothing. I'd be hitting that roughly about there and trying to skim it and get it with a bit of spin and hope for the best. Well, that other match is about a minute away from starting. Actually, he's ended up hitting it too thick. And again, had he potted that, then the only other shot he had would be to either, cut the other red towards that top pocket, or nudge onto his red that's next to the yellow and just try and make things a wee bit awkward for Simon that way. Now once again, Simon's not got the cue ball inside. If that been there, then POTMAN would have had a chance, but he's not got the right angle in this red either, so now's not the right time to make the wrong move. If POTMAN's going to go for this, then he's going to have to try and get back over to this rail, because that's his last chance of getting into this yellow and red. Well, he's tried his best to get the cue ball over, he still didn't get there. But he's in reasonable shape here, considering where the 8 ball is. But then again, it was always going to be easy for Simon to put him in trouble. But has he put him in real trouble? The answer to that is no. Well, again, over the pocket's better than in the pocket at the moment, I think. And that's just a wee bit heavier than I would like, but it will still do it. Covers that yellow from that end. Open at this end though, plenty of room past it here. So POTMAN's in not bad shape in terms of control of the table. And I think POTMAN's away to take a break. And we'll wait till POTMAN comes back. It was a nice little battle there. Yes, I'm muted again. It was a nice little battle there. But I think you'll be glad I am muted. Because POTMAN took the red, the wrong red first there. He should have took the red that was blocking the 8-ball and made his life a lot simpler. So again, he takes the wrong ball, sends the cue ball up the table, blocks himself off on the red that he should have took first, and then has to kick it in. I mean, he's doing his best to find the most awkward way to get something that can be fairly simple done. If only you can see where problems can arise and avoid them at all costs. Well, I would only say nicely done in the end because that was his only option, Cobra. But he should never have been playing that shot in the first place. But anyway, it's whether this little bit of momentum can keep going for him and make this a match. But he ended up winning the tactical battle in that rack there, especially when he gave the 3 shots to Simon, but Simon had 2 problems to deal with. So POTMAN was always sort of on top at the end there, but then, you know, as I say, he did his best to make a problem of it. But again, all that matters is he eventually got out. And Simon, on his behalf, he actually failed a couple of times to get that cue ball hidden away. He had enough balls up the table there where he should have been hiding that cue ball well away from POTMAN ever been able to see any of his balls. So Simon sort of lost out there by, you know, not finding good cover and allowed POTMAN to manoeuvre. So now Simon has put the pressure right back on POTMAN. Now, if I was POTMAN, I would nudge that red that he's right below and push it to the 8-ball, just as a backup for the time being. I think that's what I'd be doing, because if he tries to push this red over the pocket and doesn't get it there, he's gifting the rack to Simon. I'd be locking that red onto the 8-ball. That one right there, I just push it right into there and worry about it at a later date and give myself some thinking time. If he's taking this, he's fully committed, and it had to go in because that was the rack gone there. And the other problem is, well, I'd be taking that one. And the worst thing that's going to happen here is he hits it too hard and ends up locking himself behind the red and can't see anything to pot. If he just rolls it through, the angle is taking him that way, and if he hits it soft enough, he's just going for the block, but I don't think he's got it. You see what I'm saying? POTMAN's seeing things entirely different from the way I'm seeing them. Had he played the first shot I was talking about and put that red to that 8-ball, Simon would have no chance other than the bank. And even then, he'd had a slim chance of any kind of bank. And again, this thinking ahead process, that ball that he took there, okay, he potted it. But this red that was here should have been there next to the 8, and that's how he's ended up losing a rack at the end of the day. And strategically, POTMAN could have manoeuvred and started a little battle again there, and he didn't think about that as a backup plan, and he should have. And if he had have, we'd still be playing this rack, and he'd still been in a good position. So that's another one that's gone away, and he should have had him locked up with the red onto the 8-ball and let Simon do the work. POTMAN was in good shape. And he's given that rack away there after having got himself back to within one. I mean, Steve says things like that often enough in the stream. You know, you don't have to keep potting balls. If you're manoeuvring positions, then the good thing there in my eyes was tuck a red next to the 8 ball and if Simon does get a chance, make it difficult for him and give yourself time to get some manoeuvring done. And Potman had enough balls on the table there to tuck something away and hide. I'm sure he could have worked something out better than what he did. 3-0 in the other match, is it? Yeah, I think Christian will do well to win a rack or two, and even then it might be assisted from Chico. Put it this way, that other match may well be finished before this one. Right. So once again, Simon has got his yellows sitting reasonably good, but nothing's guarding the pocket. So Potman doesn't want to start opening up this area here. He wants to leave these here and deal with this up here. I mean, what's wrong with coming up there and kicking onto the red and finishing in behind the red as long as you hit a rail? What's wrong with that? There's a shot there. Off the rail, hit the red and drop it dead there. And Simon's got nothing. But don't be moving these from here right now. Oh well. I just do not agree with this. He's not even given this one single look. It's there staring you in the face. Bank the cue ball onto there and roll it good enough weight where you push onto this red and you get to a rail. That red's bound to bounce this way. And that's a horrible fail. You know, that's that bad a fail. That deserves 2 of them. Oh dear. Well, Potman, you know, he's sort of worked his way and his roundabout way back into it, and he's done well. Simon has sent it to these far jaws, and they don't go in these tables. Now, Potman, this is a chance you should never ever have had. Should never ever been back at the table. Well, I know what I'd be playing here. I'd be just banking that red ball, killing the cue ball. Well, at least he's got to a rail. Oh, he's just got the cover. Well, that's ended up not too bad, because whatever Potman's got, he's got a thin cut into the side. He's not potting anything up table, and he's got a dodgy cut on this red in the middle of the table. So that's put pressure immediately onto Potman. And he's got to play. Can he play the cut in the side? I think that's far too much of an angle. That would go straight to the knuckle. Now, there's one thing he can do. He can push that straight through and follow it straight through and hope that the cue ball finishes down here at least lower than the 8 ball, and then Simon's not got a cut and he's not got a bank. That's what he should be doing. That red ball goes straight clean through there, and you've just got to hope you don't run into it, but that's the one way of getting the cue ball down below the 8 ball. Well, there's the ultimate disaster. Unbelievable. Again, my shot might have not been the best idea, but it was a far better idea than that. Just making sure that you try and get the cue ball lower than where the 8 ball was there and leave Simon no shot. This yellow was blocking the pocket, and Simon could only bank the 8 ball or come off the 8 ball or roll to the 8 ball. He couldn't do anything with it. And that's another rack given away, especially the way it finished. So Potman seems to have sort of got into the game and then totally lost the plot midway through the match at a vital time when he was back within 1. Or was he back within 1? I can't remember now. Was it 5-4? And he's found his way to lose 2 racks that he should really never have lost. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not on Discord with Potman. I mean, you know, if he was playing this match and I was on Discord, goodness me. Well, this looks fairly straightforward, dare I say it. I mean, you've got to make sure that you don't hit this soft and do something daft in amongst these reds. And make sure you just get out into the open and don't overcook it like that and go below the yellow. Oh. Oh, where's this cue ball going when it hits this yellow? It looks as if it's going mighty close to this 8 ball. Again, it'll probably end up nowhere near it. Oh, the commentator's eye nearly got it. And Potman has walked a tightrope there. Well, everything's in a knife edge when Potman's shooting. Well, he's got one back. And now he's getting the assistance from Simon. I mean, Potman's getting all the help that's required to get back into this match. We've had a dry break from Simon, and these balls, well, they're not bad. If it was the red you're going to take, then you cut that first red. If it's the yellows, then you've obviously got this problem here. But if you're taking anything, then I think you've got to cut that red into that pocket. All of these reds are all available. You can get to them. I'm taking that red there as my first shot. I've even stopped thinking about it. I would have already played it. That's the shot I would have played. Because this leaves you too much work to do. And this red here is already over the pocket, more or less, so that's the first shot I'd be going for, that one. My decision's been and gone and done. Every other red is there for me. Why am I thinking that the yellows are better? What again? I don't know about you guys, but would you have took that red along the top rail there? You know, do you agree with me or not? Because Potman has now got 3 problems down the bottom here, right? Okay, he's got one that goes, he's got another one that goes, but there's still the other one he has to get to. I think that first red would have taken care of that problem on the top rail. And if I was able to just nick around the corner and get the other red, I could have dealt with that. But anyway, full marks to Potman if he can get this done. Oh, is there going to be a shock in that match now? I'd written off Christian as having no chance. Bear in mind, I don't think I've seen him play, and that's a bit discrediting to the poor guy. Well, now it doesn't look quite as bad a choice by Potman because he's now got control of the pocket. Now, is Simon tempted to take a risk here and try and play this combo? I doubt it. Well, he's hoping this follows in, and it hasn't. And now Potman has been gifted the chance to get back to within 1 again. He's got ball in hand in the kitchen, if he wants it, or in the bulk area, as it's called in this game. Right, this just means he's got farther for the cue ball to travel to get to the 8 ball. There was nothing wrong with leaving that ball there and dropping that in and killing the cue ball and potting it the side. If he was brave enough. And now he's falling a wee bit short in this yellow. You know, he's left himself more angle than he wanted. Now the cue ball again is running loose. That's if he gets the pot, that is. It needs to keep rolling, and that'll do. And in it goes. And he's got himself back again to within 1. Now, we're not going to get through some sort of silly phase where Potman works twice as hard to get to the same position and then he starts giving it away again. He's right within touching distance. He's got a couple of balls in the break. They're both yellows. He doesn't really have any easy shot in a red. So I think he's backed into a corner here. I think he's going to have to take a yellow if he wants to start the game. I mean, he could obviously just play some sort of safety. Doesn't have to pot a ball, but this ball here is the one he can get to. Let's have a look. Right, that there, if he drops that in dead weight, the cue balls come out and he can get rid of this problem yellow on the side. So he's taking the yellows. Now he's still in a position where he can take that yellow, but does he then have himself in two minds as to how to get to this yellow? This is a dilemma, because this is the one he knows he wants rid of, but how does he get back to this one? Now, if he stopped sort of there, he could draw off the yellow, pot it, and still come out for this yellow into that corner. So he needs to be looking at the angle that he can leave himself. Now, I don't know what he played. I'm assuming he's played for this one. Because if he's played for that one on the side, he's far too heavy. He should have just, rolled it in. And now the cue ball again is running loose. But I mean, that shot, there was a spot to get the cue ball, and it was like here. It was like down here. Anywhere there, he still had a pot. But here was the perfect one to play the pot and come back for that yellow. Now everything's up in the air. And that is not covering the pocket, because Simon is going to get rid of that problem very, very soon. You can get a bus past that yellow ball in this left-hand corner. But I keep harping back to the shot that POTMAN did have. Roll it in, get yourself there or thereabouts in that yellow, and just dink it back for the yellow that is there. And there's your two problem balls dealt with. Well, Simon's having to dig out a shot there, and now he's created a problem. And POTMAN isn't dead and buried yet. And the worst thing that happened there was the red going into the pocket. And now Simon has got problems. And this is self-inflicted, because he didn't want to pot that red there. And he's gone all out for the breakout. And POTMAN, oh, that red is way too tight for my eyes to try and squeeze that into the side. I mean, let's be honest, let's say it doesn't go, it's way, way too tight. Well, I think I would just bump that red. I wouldn't pot it. I would just bump it. Bump the yellow, sorry, not the red. Well, he's found a spot, but he's the wrong side. Yeah, you're right enough. Now this could work out wrong here. If he puts a bit of spin on this, he might spin off the red and follow the yellow in. Funny things can happen. He's hit it thick enough. Have you noticed that Steve's just as bad as me is forgetting who's on what colour of balls? Because I get so engrossed in the layout of the balls, I forget who's playing who. And Steve's just as bad as me at it. Well, I don't think he could have finished any better than this 8 ball. And suddenly, we've got a match on here. It's taken us, goodness me, it's took us 91 minutes to get to this stage. So for an hour and a half, POTMAN has been chasing Simon's tail and has now got himself in as good as a position as he ever was at 0-0 at the start of the game. And what he has to do now is move on from this and not be lax and start doing things again. Well, he's got this far. Let's hope for his sake that he can stay in it as long as he can and give Simon a match. He's in the position to do so now. It's up for grabs for whoever wants it most. Right, quick look at this bracket. So Cheeky Chico, according to that, is 5-2 up. Potman on the Reds. And Potman's red ball on the left side can be very strategic and important, considering where the 8 ball is. It's a good position for his 8 ball to be sitting, although it doesn't block the pocket for the other yellow that's below the red, right in the middle of the table there in front of us. And he's not seeing enough of that to cut it towards the pocket. He's cutting it towards the rail, I think, more than anything. Oh, good evening to Tornado Tam. You're only an hour and a half late, but you've arrived at the right point where Potman's finally got himself back into this game. Well, there's nothing to stop him potting that red into the side, but he should not be touching this red that's here at the moment. He could still play some sort of safety off this red here if he pots this red into the side. So he's just playing for position. Simon just playing to cover the pocket. Let's have a quick look at this bracket while they're potting around here at the moment. This match that we're watching, the winner is going to be playing LS3 in the next round on the one loss side, and the winner of the Cheeky Chico Christian match is going to be playing Tommy. So as it moves on, there's 1 or 2 good matches appearing on the one loss side as well now. So Potman's now gained control of the top right hand corner with his last shot there. And now Simon has manoeuvred his yellow to take over control of the bottom left hand corner. Well, that's the most significant shot in the rack so far, because that's now spoiled Potman's chances of running out. Is he trying to cut this into the side and billiard the other one in? If he doesn't, it's a free shot. But it does cut. Well, again, sometimes you have to just take a risk and go hell for leather. If you're trying to advance the game to run out. But potting that one and cannoning into this one here and get rid of that yellow. That gives POTMAN control of that pocket again. But he's now looking like hoping this red's going to follow in. No, he's just trying to kill it stone dead. Well, now, the only way that's going to go in is with something else being pushed on it. And now, if both of these players keep potting balls, well, here's a question. How do you decide whether or not DJSIMON can get to that yellow? Can you get a cue ball into that gap? Well, the cue ball is narrower than the ring of my donut. And it's touch and go as to whether you get a cue ball in there, but you'd have to get a referee to call that as to whether he can actually still get a ball in there to hit that yellow. But the more balls that keep disappearing off the table, the more likely we're going to end up with some sort of situation here. And POTMAN's red has got in, which I don't believe he would have liked to have happened, because now, well, he's now sacrificed the free shot to Simon. Now Simon has got a dilemma because this is a similar situation to earlier on in the match. POTMAN's committed the foul at the right time because Simon's coming here with a free shot, but he's got more than one problem to deal with. And in that last time this happened, POTMAN ended up winning out the battle, and it's a very similar situation. You know, have your free shot, but how can you deal with two problems with the one free shot? I mean, simply opening this pocket up the table here is no good. You know, that doesn't give him any advantage whatsoever, just opening that pocket. He has to worry about what's going on down here. And then, of course, POTMAN's lifeline is that yellow that's above the 8 ball. So POTMAN is in a healthy position here at the moment. Okay, he's blocked off for one of the pockets, but Simon has just committed a big faux pas there. Well, that red ball, okay, it's not great, but it's in a far better position than it was 30 seconds ago, because Simon has had a rush of blood to the brain and decided he's going to kick it out. And POTMAN can just manoeuvre this red into a better place. He took the risk of the bank, because at the end of the day, the bank's not going in, but the red's in a much, much better position now. And that was a big blunder from Simon, because it was a cardinal sin in running that ball into the red and bringing it into play. And now Simon's got to go all out trying to get a nudge and a hit on this. And POTMAN can get to the 8 ball as and when he needs to. But he's got to be careful how he goes about it, though. Well, I think the one thing he has to do is not believing this is the last red. So, you know, taking it now is fine. The problem will be he has to get good in this one so that he's just dropping down to take this one and get back up so he can cut the 8. Why, again, he's leaving this one here. I'd be getting rid of that now. That has to go. I don't want that as my last shot to try and get out onto the 8. This is easier to get down onto the 8. Oh dear. Unbelievable. Oh, good evening to POTMAN. Well, POTMAN's just shot himself in the foot again. Both barrels with that shot. Again, you can see that if you see that's going to happen when you're playing the shot, then do something to avoid it. And it doesn't rain, but it pours. Well, I maybe preempted this prior to this happening because, POTMAN twice has got to within touching distance. He's finally got the match all square. And now he's gone doolally again. He's doing everything. If there's something can end up in a bad place, he's done it. He's nudged the 8-ball, knocked it safe. And now he's hooked himself in his last red anyway. And now he's given Simon the ultimate reward. He's completely missed a hit. And the free shot by Simon will take care of the problem with the 8-ball. Or at least it should do. So the 8-ball has been freed. Now Simon again, he just has to be careful how he goes about things. We've got that yellow up table. And well, he does have a shot where he can go down for it. And that was the right one. We had to get down there to get dealing with this one because the 8-ball's up this end. Now this has to be done carefully as well, as this is fairly tight to the rail. Well, this has gone right on the 50-yard line, this red ball, into the side. So if you know you can cut it, you've got to make sure you get the pace to go up and down. Oh, goodness me, everything's going from bad to worse here. I mean, it's as if POTMAN is like a rabbit caught in the headlights. It's as if there was an open manhole and POTMAN walked straight over to it and walked straight down it. And he's just sold that big time. Well, I'm beginning to think that LS3 because it's certainly laughable the way he's going about things. Now this needs to spin, and now Simon has got himself in a hole, and POTMAN lives again if this doesn't go in, and POTMAN could find himself in the lead. Well, he's decided he ain't taking the risk. He's going to leave it up to POTMAN. POTMAN's going for distance. He's got to get this as far away from this 8-ball as he can. And that ain't it. That ball is 4 feet away from where it should be. You've got to be brave enough to get the distance. And now Simon might be tempted with a bank. Because it's a good angle. But it ain't going to get there. And now POTMAN is going to be in the lead for the first time in the match at the right time. But if there's any crazy way to get it done, POTMAN's now become the expert. You wouldn't have thought this 45 minutes ago. Well, who would have thought this? POTMAN chasing Simon's tail right from the off, and he's now got himself in front, and he's only 3 away. Now, who said 13-10? What was the predicted scores we had earlier on? I don't think we had that many, but I think we had won at 13-10. Let's just say this match hasn't been a classic, but for keeping you waiting right down to the deadline, it's got every possibility and potential to be that one of these games. So we now have the commitment from Simon to the yellows. He's got control, pretty much good control of that top pocket. Oh, hit the wrong button there, hang on. Let's have a look. Well, if he's going to be full-blooded for this, he's trying to come down low to get this one, but he's missed the pot into the side. But now Simon's, strategically, he's in a reasonably good setup here. Potman, I should say. I had something I wanted to ask you, Parliament, but I can't remember what it was. Now, that's what it was. Have you still got that little program, Parliament? You know was it the doubles draw thing? Because I had to reformat my PC the other day there. And I can't remember where I stored that file. I probably still got it, but I can't remember how to find it. I thought I'd left it in my documents, but I can't see it there. Well, I haven't had the opportunity to use it yet. But the thing is, we've got Steve's about to be doing testing on the doubles. What do you call it? The leagues, and we're going to have teams. So I might ask you to modify this program for us if it comes to it. Well, we're going to be doing. He's going to be doing public testing. He's got it working, he says, and he announced on the stream that he's going to be doing some testing, but it won't happen. I mean, he said a couple of weeks. It won't, because he's going away in June, and he's going to be away for 3 weeks tramping up hills on his summer break. So it's going to be probably after the summer's over when we start doing it properly. But I think it'd be nice to have a little program that not only could draw doubles, but maybe threes and fours, if you know what I mean. So a little amendment to the program might help in the situation where we're looking for teams for a league. I'll get in touch with you when I want something done. Remember, it's all free of charge, though. Remember, I don't pay anything for this stuff. You do all of this out of the goodness of your heart. That's what you said. You told me that. It's only to keep your eye in and keep you busy. I was at the point of going to ask you to do leagues, because it's only took 10 years for Steve to get around to getting it sorted out. I mean, he works on a sort of you know, 1 year on, 9 years off situation with stuff that he's doing for VP4. I hope he's not listening to the stream. Right, well, where have we got to here? We've got POTMAN in the lead. We've got the opponent's ball potted. We've got Simon with a free shot. And Simon's on the reds. And Simon was tabbed out that busy talking in the chat that he didn't see what POTMAN did there. Nobody would need that now, Polo. I don't think there's nobody ever get any problems with routers now for VP4. Yeah, I think you're wasting your time doing that. Having said that, if anybody ever, if anybody ever buys VP3 and wants to play it on LAN, they don't need to open up ports for it, do they? Wait a minute, I'm trying to read that. Aye, the port opener thing. Oh, aye, the utility belt, that's for your save files and everything, isn't it? I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the utility belt was for game saves and stuff, wasn't it? Well, Simon has now... Well, he just needs to play 2 good shots in a row here. This first one is the cut in the red. And the next one is the next cut in the red and getting out into the table, which looks... You know, it's odds on that's going to happen. It's all about the pot. But this, to square the match. And he's a wee bit short. He had all that more room, another foot across the table, and he was laughing. But no problem. Into the centre of the pocket. And it's now back to Simon's break at 8 racks all. Here's a wee message for you, POTMAN.
Brain is gone.
No, you just need to talk to Steve. Send him an email. That'll go into his pending tray. The one with loads of other stuff in it and a pile of dust on top of it. Where you'll find that tray's full of my stuff mostly. Well, it's anybody's match now. But POTMAN has got first bite at the cherries because he's on the reds. And they're all there. Now, what can POTMAN manufacture this time to get himself in the mire? Well, the one thing is he wants to be able to take this red where he's going nowhere near the yellow. And if he took it now, he'd be hitting the yellow. So now he's got the problem of how does he find his way back down to this red. Anywhere down here for this red is fine. Something like that where he's having to cut it and run into the yellow is no good. Oh, Chico's beginning to pull away. 9-3. I've got a replay app here. Well, not a replay, the one that's built into XSplit Broadcaster. You ready? Wait till we see this shot. I'll let you see the replay in this. $10-3. Oh, Chico's almost over the line. That will be finished before this one's done. Well, Simon has got the same problem that Potman's got. He's got the two yellows up the table and he's got to find a way back down the table, avoiding the traffic, to land in the spot where he can take this yellow, but he's going to have to cut this with an angle to have a shot in the 8 ball. Well, he's got the angle, and now it needs just enough momentum to get this yellow at least over the hole. And now it's gone in. It's a tricky little dink into the side, and if it goes anywhere near there like that, it doesn't go in. It's got to go straight into there. No cheating the pockets in this table. And Simon's taking his time. Quite right as well, because it could take him back into the lead. And it's gone to the knuckle, and it ain't going in. Commentator's eye. Well, now Potman is right under pressure, and straight away he should be rolling this in and rolling down the table for this red down here. This is what he should be doing. I mean, this is the way I'd be doing it. This is getting rolled in here. I'm rolling down here for this. He's overcut it too soon. Oh, again, I don't know what he's trying to do. He never gave it a chance. And he's really struggling to find a line down that rail. I don't know what the problem is. You know, you just line it up and hit it. And that's gifted to Simon. One of quite a few that Potman's ended up gifting to Simon. So Simon back in the lead. 9 racks to 8. But Potman's break has given him a ball. Maybe a couple of balls. And they're both yellows. Now he's got a combo of yellows in the side, but he's not got another yellow he can pot. And that's the immediate problem. If he was going to choose them, the reds actually look the better set of balls, bar having one problem like that there, right there next to the yellow. Oh, now he's, he's on this one. He can push this over the hole. I think this is where he just wants to play this for position. Up table, in or over the corner if he can. Preferably over the corner. Well, this match has now broke the 2 hour mark. We're 2 hours and 2 minutes into this match. Well, it's good in one sense that he's freed the red, but it is in a position where it can be banked. And I think POTMAN should grab the bull by the horns and cut this red in and get up the table to try and play the bank on this red, because it won't go in off the yellow. It's too tight. So if he gets up the table, and again he's way too heavy. I mean, that's a foot and a half too far. I mean, if he had been here with the cue ball instead of there, he had the bank on. And now he may well just try and push it onto the yellow to get the best part of the pocket, but I don't think it's going to go in because the yellow's got most of the pocket. He might be able to bump it out of the way though. If he just catches it there. Well, it's gone in off the yellow. Now that is a bonus. It didn't look as if it was going to go in. Well, now he's put himself into a position where he's got no choice. He's got to go hell for leather. And Chico has gone through. Well done to Chico. In fact, there's a result right in front of me on the screen, although you guys can't see it because of all the bump at the bottom of the screen. But I can see it now. Oh, well, again, if there's any way POTMAN can find to get himself into a hole, he's an absolute expert at it. It's undisputed. Oh, by the way, the big fight's on tonight. I nearly forgot. The big fight. Oh, you're joking me. You're not playing Chico in 5 minutes, are you? I take it you've been perfectly serious. You're not winding me up. Oh, Christ. I'll never be ready in time. In fact, put it this way, it'll be started before this is finished. Well, this red ball has got to go in, POTMAN. The one that you're, not that one, the one that you're looking at, that one, it has to follow the yellow in. I think he's just got to hit it slap bang in the middle and hope that it will go in. You just got to play the shot, take the risk. Well, the other thing is that if he was to cut the other red and not move that yellow that's next to his cue ball, the yellow is tight past the red anyway. Well, the red has gone in. He's finally made the move. So now, does this cue ball, I think this cue ball squirts past the 8 ball. It's got to squirt past far enough though, with enough pace to get out into the table. At best, he's going to have a long shot in the 8 ball into the same pocket. But he's got to make sure this cue ball runs. And it's a big risk. I don't know whether the side pocket comes into play. I haven't a clue where this is going to come off this red. I mean, it tells me it's going that way, near the 8. Well, he's ran into the 8. Oh, now. What do you do here? I mean, this has got scratch written all over it as far as I'm concerned. This is an all or nothing shot. Well, he's taking it in the narrow side. Oh, that's an excellent shot there by POTMAN. He held his nerve. And in it goes. And we're back all square. And Simon's break has deserted him. He's come up dry again. Now, POTMAN might have that little dink at that sort of combo down the left rail. I don't know whether you can see enough of it. And it's not really set as a combo either now that I look at it from here. So POTMAN has made his first move. And he's got those two problem yellows there now. Can he see? Now, see, he can see enough of that yellow there from where he is to cut that yellow into the rail and onto that one to get that one over the hole and possibly bring the other one into play. That's the shot. I mean, this one here is down here and it's, you know, it's still not going to be easy to get good on it, but that's far more of a problem than this is. And to me, he can see enough of that yellow to chip it and just try and push it forward to catch the edge of that yellow and get it into a better position. Well, I keep looking at this. Well, it's actually further away from the other yellow than I thought. He might be right this time. But what he has done is he's nudged one more of Simon's reds on that side rail and got them locked up. Yeah, I mean, what the hell are you doing in here, Simon? You're as bad as semi-pro. It's always a bad sign when a player comes into the stream chat when they should be fully focused on a match, especially at 9-all. Well, Simon's now improved one of his reds. He's opened the other one as well. So there's a guard ball, a goalkeeper to catch that 8 ball and stop it going into that pocket up table. So POTMAN is in command up that end of the table. Well, it's quite clear that POTMAN isn't listening. That's more than obvious with some of the things he's been doing during the match. But it's 9-all, and that's what matters. He's still in with a chance. But this is going to take a little while to resolve itself with this little mess we've got either side of the table. I forgot about the big fight on tonight. I mean, that's the other thing, is that this other match that's going ahead right now is going to interfere with my boxing. So it is. I wanted to see the fight. See, these guys have got no scruples whatsoever. They've no clue. Just arranging matches there and then, whenever it takes the notion. They've got to think about folk want to watch the fight. And the snooker's on. I'm missing all of that. Well, now that I know that you're in the stream, Simon, I'm saying nothing when you're at the table. See, I don't know what POTMAN's... Well, he's tried to manufacture that shot. That's worked out quite well. Because I was thinking he was in two minds to bump something back up the table. But he's came up with a good plan at the end of it. And he's got an adjacent ball that he can nudge into that yellow when he eventually gets around to deciding he's going to pot something. Well, POTMAN's decided to get rid of one of his yellows, and he'll be glad that the other one didn't follow it in. Now, the one in the side goes in. So, if he gets rid of that, he needs to get back into the middle of the table. And he's just rolling on to the red. I'm trying to work out what he's thinking here. So he's going to cut this yellow, but he's got to hit this hard enough to get the cue ball back over to the same side where the yellows are now, if he wants to be able to see this yellow here to pot it. Well, again he's doing strange things, but look at how this has worked out. He's took the one that's over the pocket first, and now he's in a lucky roll. But what he has done is, did he nudge that 8 ball? I don't know whether he did or he didn't there, but the 8 ball looks close to the rail than what it was a minute ago. Maybe I'm imagining it. But now he is in a position where he can get rid of that red, but that obviously opens the pocket up for Simon. So it's full commitment to try and win this rack. Well, I honestly think, if he takes that one first, he needs to be fully aware that he's got to be right down here to be able to play this yellow ball clean. And, this is why you then ask yourself, well, why is he not taking it at the moment? Because he's got to find a way back out of there and still have the shot in this yellow. Now, to me, the easier shot is to come off that and come out for that yellow. Well, he seems to think he can still get to this yellow here. Now there's a sliver of it showing, but the cue ball, he's trying to put a bit of left English on this to check the cue ball when it hits the rail, but it's all about dead weight pace. And he's hitting this soft and slow. And that will do, but he has struggled with these balls down the rail and pushed them into the rail first. And this is just as tough as anything he's had before. And this time it's held the line. And he's on the hill, one away. And it's Potman's break for the match. And a ball has gone into the side. Something else dropped, I think. And, well, again, this table could have been a lot worse. I mean, the balls are sitting pretty good. Now, he might favour the reds. He might favour the yellows. But the yellow balls have a problem down at this bottom end. So this is why I would tend to favour the reds. There's a problem down here with this red, but you can certainly access it if you clear this pocket. I think again it's a toss of a coin, but whatever works for you is what matters. Well, Potman using his shot clock because his next few shots are the most important ones of the match. 8 ball is available. Problem with the yellows. Now he's trying to do something and get lucky, and he may well just have got that. And this has got to go pure and sweet right into that line there. And anywhere in this line, it doesn't go in. And it's a sort of blind pocket cut. And it won't go up the table either, so he's got no choice. That's going to catch the knuckle. So difficult to pick that line into those pockets. But now Simon has to dish up under pressure. All his red still in the table. But crucially, he's got the solution to the problem right now. A little nudge with that red into the side. Now, he might never get any better on this. And now he's gone funny. Does he think he can still cut that one in? I doubt it. He had the angle there and then on this red to pot it and nudge into the two of them. Took the other one instead. And now he's a bit dodgy here. He's trying to sort of split them so that most of the momentum goes into that one and get it into the hole, but he hasn't picked it. And that was a mistake by Simon by not taking the opportunity immediately to pot the red that he was on with a slight angle that he had to nudge into them, and that would have been the problem solved. He took the other one first, which was out in the open. There was no reason to be that concerned about it. It was still out in the open. But it would have dealt with this problem, and now it's given Potman well, let's just say not an easy chance, but it is one more chance that he wasn't expecting in this rack. And that's a good shot. So now, well, he's got to just drop this in and make sure that he's going to finish this side of the red. The angle on this pot is taking him over here. He might end up having to cut this yellow back into that pocket up there, but that is probably as good as he can expect, considering where he's playing this from. Well, he's looking all around the table. I think he's looking again behind this red there. I think that's what he's looking at, as to how much he needs to expose of this yellow ball. Well, he doesn't want to chicken out here. He wants to, if he goes around the corner and up, that's better than nothing. It needs to slow up. And it's just held on. Well, now, all he needs to make sure is that he obviously pots the yellow and doesn't suddenly roll down here behind a red or anything. I don't think the line will allow him to do that. I think he'll be okay. Yeah, he's fine. Well, Potman, you're staring down the barrel of the 8 ball, and all it is pocket weight and give it every chance to go in for the match. And in it goes. Now, somebody explained to me how Potman ended up winning that match. I think it could have been over at least 45 minutes ago. But Potman, I don't know. He's inexplainable sometimes. Well done to Potman. He got there, but let's just say he did it his way. He did the Frank Sinatra. Right, so Mark's heading to bed. I'm staying up for the boxing. And then this other bloody match has started between Cheeky Chico and Tommy. Again, it's the one lost side match. Race to 11. Yeah, the main fight isn't at this time of night. The main fight won't be there after 10:30 or something like that, I hope. It's on BT pay-per-view, isn't it? Which I don't get. I wonder if it's available on my phone. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Where are we? BT Sport. Well, Tommy's got himself off the mark by the look of it. Well, where's the 8 ball went to? Oh, the 8 ball's over the top. I thought that was the end of that. Couldn't see the 8 ball there. I'm busy looking at my phone. Paris Saint-Germain are playing Lens. Fury versus White on BT Sport box office. How to watch or live stream Fury versus White on BT Sport box office. Right, let's hit the button. Live stream information on how to watch the fight on BT Sports box office. Blah, 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 blah. The big fight is just hours away now as Tyson Fury takes on Dillian White. Blah, 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 blah. 94,000 crowd at Wembley. Well, all I've got is a load of garbage blurb here. I don't see anything that tells me how to watch the damn thing. Right, let's go to that. What time is Fury versus White in the UK? Book your seat now for Tyson Fury, Dillian White, exclusively live on BT Sport Box Office HD. Let's hit the button to say bye now and see how much it is. Oh, I can't watch it on the phone. It just says BT TV or Sky. And I've only got BT on my phone. Oh, it's $24.95 for the box office. 25 quid, mind you. 25 quid is nothing compared with what you'd pay to get a ticket for the fight. Probably a couple of £100. Right, anyway, that's that knocked in the head. I'll just find a good stream. That's how I'll resolve the situation. Anyway, what have I missed in the chat? Hang on a minute. Oh, you need to be. I've got the BT app because I've got free BT with my phone. But it tells you can only watch it on BT TV or Sky Sports. It doesn't say you can watch it on your phone. And I can't click any links because I'm not watching the stream. I'm watching my second monitor. Oh well. Where have we got to in this match? Now, anybody just joining is going to be confused. They're going to think one of these guys is POTMAN and one of them's Simon. Oh, I've got no problem in finding a stream of the fight. I've got no problem with that. The problem I've got with that is I can't find a stream of the fight now that I'm bloody live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. That's what I can't do. Right, well, Chico on the reds. Now, how does he get to his last red over that corner pocket? That's a big question. Well, Tommy, of course, along with Chico, have both got the same issue. Although Chico's in a slightly better position in that he's got command of the pocket, but he can't get to his red ball. Fight scheduled for 32 minutes from now. Aye, well, is there still an undercard running at the moment? Is the undercard still running? Because 32 minutes can easily be changed to an hour. It could. I mean, I'm willing to bet by the time all the pre-fight nonsense is over, it'll be 10:30 before this fight starts. I can guarantee you that. It won't start before 10 o'clock, and it certainly will start more likely near 10:30. They always have done. Well, POTMAN, whatever you do, don't watch this rerun of the stream. because you're doing my head in. That's all I can say, and I think more than me, you were doing their head in. But fair play, you got it done your way in the end, except it took you an hour and a half longer than it probably could have if you had your head on straight for most of the game. Well, I certainly wasn't laughing, LS3. I was bashing my head off the wall. Well, we've now got a tied ball game, 2 racks all. And this is another one-loss side match between Tommy from Germany and Cheeky Chico from the United Kingdom. I don't think you'd ever want to live inside Potman's head for an hour, LS3. I think you'd come out and you'd be locked away after it. I think you'd end up in a straitjacket, because what's going on Potman's head whenever he's playing this game, I do not know. It must be like a bowl of scrambled egg. It's bewildering sometimes how he gets them. How many times did you get yourself in the shit there, Potman? You must be running out of fingers counting some of the things you ended up doing. But how you ended up winning it, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. It's gone, it's been done. Roll on the next round. I'll tell you something, LS3. I've worked it out. Well, that's true, Potman. The table is very difficult. I've worked it out what the problem is. Potman's sitting there with his VR headset on while he's playing VP3, and I think that's part of the problem. I think he's seen it from all different angles. Oh. Well, I'll agree with you that the table is very difficult, Potman, but it seems to me, and maybe a few others, that you're making it your goal in life to make it even twice more as difficult than what it is, with the strange ways of going about things. Little 3-ball combo. Now, if Tommy can just dink out past this yellow and maybe help the cue ball spin a wee bit, like that. Now you see that little shot there, Potman? Just a little dink with a spin and it gets him up top on that yellow. That's where he wanted to be. Just to pop this in. Now, at worst, if he runs across into the red, that'll do no harm. He might go top side of the red, so he has to be careful that he doesn't block himself out. But if he puts a little bit of spin in this, he could avoid the red. And you see, there's where it's gone wrong. Is he okay? Can he see enough of it? Yes, he can. Well, that's the one thing I would agree with you. Every player has been struggling with the pace in this table, and it's overestimating the pace that's needed on shots. I just find everything needs to be a lot more gentle than you think on this table. And little soft control shots in the cue ball. And don't trust the rails, whatever you do, because I haven't got a clue what the ball's doing when it hits these rails. I mean, you're so used to playing on a standard. Well, I'm more used to playing in the 10-foot table, but it's the same physics. But when you come to this table, it's a different world altogether. You can't force balls into pockets. You can't. You can't. There's no way you're cheating pockets. Put it that way, and you can't force shots in. Stunning shots into these pockets have got to be so sweet. They'll never go in if they start hitting jaws. So Tommy with a slender lead on the yellows and guarded down this bottom right hand corner pocket. And 3 other balls in a problem situation down here as well. Well, he's running out of shot choices here, Tommy. It might have been better if he just ducked and dived in a corner down the bottom here. And the only thing that Tommy's got to be wary of is whether Chico gets any shot where he can pot a ball with enough pace that he can get this cue ball somewhere down into this corner and start rummaging things about. Well, that's now got full control of this corner pocket. So Chico, his best interest are to try and nudge these reds somewhere else other than where they are at the moment. Yeah, but Chico's come up with a plan, but it hasn't got full cover. And now Chico's got this cue ball in a spot where it's now much more difficult to get a hit. Let's have a look. Yep, he's going to struggle now. Well, the line, I think, is just before the middle pocket. Just before that knuckle. Somewhere like that to come across and try and get into this corner with the cue ball. But the problem is, the chances are he's going to run straight into that red. And he tried a bit of spin, but again, not being familiar with the table, you just don't know how to apply the spin and how it's going to come off these rails. I mean, you know that the English is going to work one way or another, but how much to use on it is the puzzle. Now, Chico has got his red in place, and he's also got the adjacent red to play a little combo. The chances are he's going to block that pocket again, though. So I think if he ever got down here to ever play any of these reds down here, he's going to have to smack them and get things moving. But now Chico has been given a free go by Tommy. Didn't get to a rail. Now, just a quick reminder, guys, while you're arranging times here, before you commit yourself to anything, right? Now, if the deadline is next Saturday, the more important thing you need to bear in mind is that the deadline would be 5 p.m. next Saturday, right? Because 5 p.m. is when the tournament started, British summertime. So on this bracket, now where is it on the bracket? Right, POTMAN LS3, the deadline date is the 30th, which you're saying is next Saturday. The important thing to bear in mind is it's next Saturday, but before 5 p.m. You can't arrange this for 7 o'clock next Saturday night because the deadline's already gone. And it won't allow you to do that anyway, I don't think. But bear that in mind, you're going to have to make it Saturday afternoon at some time if you're going to leave it as late as that. No, you've got to have it by, like something like 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon for it to start. Something like that, or 4:30, one of the two, or earlier in the week. Now, I've missed what's went on in the chat there in this match because Chico's just said that would have been loss of frame in a proper black ball match. And Tommy says wasn't planned, and Chico says no problem. I think he played a deliberate foul there. But then again, having been watching the bracket there, I never saw the situation. So I can't comment other than just read what I'm seeing in the chat here to you guys because you can't see it. Well, this will be a double kiss, but will the red just stay there dead? It probably will. Yep. So now, this is going to, again, take a wee while to resolve itself. But if Tommy has any shot up top on this red ball, he could use that red to make this pocket a bigger pocket. He can't do that at the moment, but that's what Chico has to try. And now he can just see enough edge of that red to edge it towards the top pocket. Well, he's brought his red into play. That's a good move. That has changed it now. And Tommy's suddenly got to work out some sort of shot to try and retrieve the situation. Well, he sent the red back to where it came from. And that was the right thing to do. It's all about playing for time and patience here until somebody makes the wrong move. Now again, Tommy has a chance to bank this red if he can and try and send it in the general direction of this pocket and send the cue ball up the table. The red that's up over the middle pocket. Oh, I'm forgetting Tommy's in the yellows. What am I talking about? That's a fatigue setting in. Don't bother listening to me. The brain's starting to go. And there's a mistake. Well, he was snookered anyway. But now there's daylight again. No, there isn't. It's 3-all. I can't even read the scoreboard. That's how bad I'm. That's how tired I'm getting. I thought it was 4-2. It's 3 each. I mean, why not just do a cheeky Chico and Tommy and set it for like 11 o'clock tonight? No, I'm actually sitting thinking about how to get round this problem of watching the fight while this is on. Now, what I'm thinking of doing is tabbing out for a minute so I can go and find a stream and bring it up on my second monitor. The only thing is I won't be able to see the chat. But at least I'd be able to see the fight. But I'm still hedging my bets that the fight won't start till like 10:30. Look at the 8-ball. 8-ball right over the side pocket. And well, the one thing you've got to be careful with is running balls around this table, because that 8-ball just needs a push and it's in, I think. It's not going to take much convincing for that 8-ball to drop. And it's extremely dangerous with that 8-ball very adjacent to it. I was just thinking there, and I was trying to remember who Tyson Fury was fighting. It's Dillian White. Well, has Fury come out yet? If Dillian White's walking out, it's going to be it's still going to be another 15-20 minutes by the time the procession comes out with Tyson Fury and all the preliminaries are done. It depends how long they take to walk out to this damn ring. It can take them 10 minutes to get out with all the arsing about they do. And then you've got the introductions. Who's doing it? It's not Michael Buffer, is it? Or is it that other one? What's his name? Somebody Lennon, or whatever his name is, Junior. The other one with the fair hair. Is it him? Who's the master of ceremonies? Or has BT stumped up the paying rate for Michael Buffer? Right, well, Tommy's got the hit in the 8 ball. He didn't get the fluke that he was hoping for. But what Cheeky Chico's hoping is that he can try and find a way out here, but it ain't going to be easy because he's got that troublesome yellow in the right side rail. Everything else looks fairly straightforward, but he's going to have to get himself really flush with this rail to play this yellow down the rail with any sort of comfort and to ease the difficulty on it as well. Well, he's got to get rid of that top yellow, which he's done, and then he's now not got a good line to this yellow down the rail off any of the two of these. If he takes that one that he's looking at, he's going to have to cut it and run across the table twice. But he might just play for position here, knowing that he's not going to leave any easy shot in the 8 ball for Tommy, because the pocket's blocked and it's past the middle pocket. So again, Tommy, his best bet is to try the cross bank and avoid the double kiss and try and send that 8 ball into the rail and across there. I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to kick in behind the yellow. I mean, that's a shot. You know, you just got to go full-blooded for the cross bank. He's trying to kick it in the back of the yellow. What a shot. Now that's using your imagination. And that's excellent. Now how many players would have come up with that shot? So 94,000 in Wembley Stadium. Right, now that they've just started this rack, I'm going to tab out for a minute, so you're going to see nothing until I get back in. I'm just away to find one of my channels. Just give me a minute. Right, I'll need to have another look in a minute or two. I've got a few channels to go to. I couldn't find anything there. Meanwhile, Tommy, with a 5-3 lead, comes to the table with a fairly straightforward out here if he can just again get control of the cue ball off this cut. But excellent opportunity to stretch the lead. So now, Cheeky Chico's the man with all the work to do, trailing by 3 and on his own break. Well, this isn't a bad setup with the yellows. In fact, I'm pretty certain that's what he's going to go for. I don't believe he's ever looking at these reds, considering what these 3 reds are like down here in this bottom end of the table. The yellows look ideal. I mean, he can drop that yellow into the left side pocket here, and then the other one above these reds into the right side pocket. And so yellow into the corner here, yellow above the reds into the side pocket. And then he could probably still stay down here and deal with these other 2 yellows, and then finally finish up top and play the 8 ball down the rail. Again, I don't like the idea of working up there and leaving these all down here, but it now hinges on him and getting good on one of these 2 yellows or finishing down here. Now, can he see this one? He can just see it. Well, this is a bit testy. Now, is he? The simple shot is to run up here and try and get good on this into the corner, well, or into the side like that. That's even better. And he can just jab this in and hold the cue ball. So Chico manages to get one back on his break, which was vital. But Tommy has also got a couple of balls in his break. And again, odds on favourites, it's going to be the yellows, I would think. Two yellows over this bottom corner pocket. And he's on that yellow into the side. Well, he's... Again, this is the only concern, is leaving a ball isolated up table. I mean, he had the chance to take this into the side there and let these 2 balls alone. And as long as he's still got an opportunity to get back up to deal with this, then that's fine. Now is he trying to come back up the table so he can play a combo on his second last yellow that's above the 8 ball? I mean, this has got to be hit firm. Well, he's almost got there. That's the plan. He's just trying to set this yellow onto line to catch that other one and leave this one very adjacent to the pocket so he can pot it. So it's got to be a controlled pace so this doesn't leak away somewhere. And it's not gone in. Well, now Chico can try and put Tommy in dire trouble here. But it has to be somewhere where he doesn't leave Tommy a simple enough bank just to hit the yellow. And I think Chico, had the idea of trying to pot his ball legally and try and nudge these out the way or get rid of one of them into the pocket, but it hasn't worked out. Now this is it's a difficult situation where Chico can try and put this cue ball after a legal hit is to prevent Tommy having a kick at this pair of yellows. Well, I think Chico was trying to make a combo there. So Tommy, if he can get good shape on this last 8, he'll be back to 3 in front. And that's not a bad pace. And he's lying perfect to roll this in. We'll give him this every day of the week. So Tommy from Germany has a 7 racks to 4 lead. The break is back with Cheeky Chico. And I think a couple of balls have gone in. In fact, 3 balls have gone in, and they're all yellows. And the problem with the yellows is that there's not one single one of them on. Oh dear. Well, that could be a big mistake by Chico because he's nudged in one of Tommy's balls and he hasn't potted one of his own. And that's allowed Tommy with a free shot to try and get himself set up here to run this rack. Well, has that fight started yet? Whoever's watching it. Fury, I presume, out into the ring now, and they're just going through all the I'll say that again, preliminary stuff. Does nobody know who's doing the Master of Ceremonies? In fact, is anybody still there? Because I haven't seen any in the chat for about 10 minutes. That's a pretty good shot. Good line in the 8 ball. And it's going to be an 8-4 lead here. And this match is leaking away from Chico. So here we go with the re-rack. Marco, what does that mean? Well, I haven't had enough time to go and... I mean, I've got loads of streams I can find. The 2 or 3 that I checked there, nothing was coming up. But that might be part and parcel due to the fact that I'm streaming, which doesn't help. Well, what's happening, Potman? How far into it are we into the process of getting this fight underway? Keep me up to date. Now, anybody that's in the chat could click that in the chat probably, but I can't if they're on YouTube or Twitch. But I can't click on it. Just announcing the boxers, right? So there's that, and then there's the judges, and it's sanctioned by so and so, and this and that, and the next thing. Who's doing the announcements? Who's the master of ceremonies? I've asked a dozen times. Who is it? It's only one or two. It's only still going to be Michael Buffer or the other guy, Jimmy Lennon Jr. It's got to be one of the two of them. There's not going to be a world title fight, and it's not one of the two of them that's doing the announcement. Who's doing it? Please tell me. Somebody tell me. Don't tell me you don't know who Michael Buffer is and who Jimmy Lennon Jr. is, Potman. Now, the one that says, "It's showtime," that's Jimmy Lennon Jr. And then the obvious one is the other one who says, "Let's get ready to rumble." That's Michael Buffer. Oh, here we go. Well, Chico has a lifeline in this rack due to the generosity of Tommy. Scratching with the cue ball. Are you still there, Potman? Can you answer me one question? I've only asked it 5 times so far. Who is the master of ceremonies, please? The guy that's doing the announcement in the ring, what's his name? It's a 50-50 choice. I can't believe it's anybody else other than one of those two guys. I don't know. Right. Once he's done the introductions, if he says, "It's showtime," then I know that's Jimmy Lennon Jr. You must know who Michael Buffer is. Aye, the fair-haired guy, that's Jimmy Lennon Jr. Tell me when he says, "It's showtime." Well, that's what he usually says once it's about to get underway. The fair-haired one is Jimmy Lennon Jr. The one with the grey hair and the tinted hair and the good suit and the good chiselled appearance, that's Michael Buffer. That's the big money man. They obviously couldn't afford him tonight. The boxing started. Bugger. Come on, guys, get this match over with. Right, there's a bit of messing about going on here. I'm tabbing out to find a stream. Hang on.
Dillian White setting traps, creating problems.
Right, I've got the boxing on. I've got it muted. I've got a perfect stream, and I'm watching it right now. And Big Fury's doing exactly what I said he would do. He's just going to pick Dillian White off at distance because he's going to have a far bigger reach advantage for a start, and he's got like what 5 or 6 inches advantage in height. I mean, Big Fury's 18 stone odd again. Well, back to the match. I'm keeping one eye in the box and one eye in the table and one eye in the chat. I'm not telling you where my third eye is. But Chico trailing by 8 racks to 5, and all of his red balls are there. But the 8 ball is going to be a problem again. Yeah, Big Fury standing head and shoulders above this guy. That's the end of the round. Whatever round it is I'm watching, it must be the end of the first round. The stream is perfect. Well, Chico has got himself on the 8 ball. It was difficult to get there, but he got it done, and he's back to within 2. Yeah, well, if you're watching it on a proper stream, it just depends how far you are ahead or I'm behind. They're sitting in their stools now in the end of the first round. In fact, they're back out. Second round's just started. Well, they've got Fury. In fact, tell a lie, I'm into round 3. The scores are up for the first 2 rounds. I'm at round 3. So you're behind me. I bet you there's not a seat in Wembley Stadium where it didn't cost less than, say, 200 quid for a seat for this shindig that's on tonight. There's bound to be a website up that tells you what the price of the tickets are. Ringside seats will be about £1,500. I'm willing to bet that it'll be £1,500 at least for a ringside seat, where all the stars are, whoever they are that are there tonight. Well, Tommy's got himself in a bit of a hole here. How does he deal with this situation? Yellow ball up the rail. How's he going to get this 8 ball? Does that 8 ball squeeze past the red? Yes, it does. Never even round to look. And it goes. That's beautiful. Perfect little shot. So Tommy back to a 3-rack lead. The break goes back to Chico. Couple of balls in the break. I think they were both yellows as a matter of fact. Well, all that Fury needs to do is just keep his range and just pick off the jabs here, and he keeps scoring, and he's going to win every round because of it. And this is why Dillian White needs to, he needs to keep coming forward. Fury doesn't need to keep coming forward. He just needs to do what his corner men tell him, which is just keep him at range. And then if he can land one on him, he lands one on him. But that's all he needs to do. If Dillian White walks in and won, then he could certainly pay the price. And that's the end of that round. Now back to the match. The unscheduled match that was decided tonight while we were watching POTMAN and DJSIMON earlier on. Well, this situation at the bottom of the table, that's been resolved almost immediately there by Chico. And that was actually a very good shot, because although Tommy has got a combo down the rail, he's done the right thing in not putting the cue ball into the open, I don't think. Or has he left enough? Yeah, well, I don't think there was enough to actually pot that red. But once again, this bottom corner pocket is now open for Tommy. I think there must have been a clash of heads there, looking at Tyson Fury. He's rubbing his forehead, seeing if he's got a cut. Now he's been sent back. They've been sent back to the corners. Is it Fury that's getting it for the ref? Oh, Fury's getting told off. Oh, the two of them are getting it. I think the referee wants to sort out a bit of shenanigans that are going on. Well, a 3-rack lead is still very tough to get back into in this. I mean, we've seen it happen, but it really is a It's a situation that you can't generally resolve on your own. You must get the assistance of your opponent. Cue ball's touching the red. Oh, now my stream started buffering. Maybe they've killed it. It doesn't take that long for them to sometimes just kill them. But mine is gone. Yeah, it's now gone to a black screen. I think they put the voodoo on my stream. It's down the Swanee. It's gone. Well, Tommy can nudge his yellow out here. Now, he's not doing it, but he could have. Because his other yellow's still guarding the 8 ball. Oh no, big mistake. Just realised he hasn't got to a rail. Right, see you later, Brain Fill Out. Thanks for watching. So Cheeky, having had the free shot, and now all his red balls are on. And it's looking very likely that 8 ball's going up the table. It's more than obvious that's where it's going to go. Well, he didn't certainly want to start running loose with the cue ball. He's made the 8 ball a little bit more awkward, and now because of that, he's forced into taking the red. It was a simple one to get him on that 8 ball. And now it's going out of shape here. Well, this is not a bad situation. He's just got to maybe nudge this in a wee bit more power than he wants to. He's got to get the running in the cue ball, and he's got it as near perfect as he could, just to run this down the rail. Well, that's error by Tommy. Gave Chico the chance, and he's back to within 2. And I'm on my last legs here. Well, that's the one thing that's going against him is, you know, playing 2 matches back to back. You're trying to concentrate, albeit he maybe didn't have to concentrate quite as hard against Christian. But you know, it's getting late at night. I mean, there's quite a few people work Saturdays as well. You got to take that into the equation. Yeah, my stream's totally gone. Right, well, the 8 ball's locked up the top of the table at the moment, so while they're messing about here, I'm just going to have another look at this. Hang on. Right, I've got the stream back, and nothing's really changed in this rack since I tabbed out. Let me have a quick look at this. What round are they in? They're in round 5 on my screen, and there's 30 seconds left in round 5. I've actually got half of my live stream on XSplit Broadcaster on my second monitor and half of the boxing, so that I can see the chat in the stream and so that I can see the boxing, as well as looking at the main game itself in my main monitor. So that's the end of round 5. Well, that's a good shot by Tommy. He's nudged the yellow out of the way. Now, I don't know whether he can get to this 8 ball, though. That is a very delicate touch here. Now, is it going to be a legal shot? It just looks to me that he's pushing this to the rail. Yeah, it was always, in fact, it was illegal. It was so close, he had to try and pinch as much as he could to try and keep that 8 ball in line. And now Chico has that free shot, but he's got the 2 yellows that are down table. He must get down low enough to be able to play them in the side. So I would think he wants to get down here as quick as he can. Well, he's run into them, but it's done no harm because he's straight in on one and he can go through for the other into the side pocket if he wants. Well, he's decided to come back. Well, Chico is going to be back within touching distance here if he can take this yellow out. Not a problem. And the break is with Cheeky Chico for rack number 18. Now, I don't think I heard anything drop. Oh, no, a red has gone. I missed it. Good evening to WizKid. Well, you're not watching POTMAN and DJSIMON before you panic. We're watching Cheeky Chico and Tommy, who set their match at the end of the POTMAN Simon match, so that's why we're watching this. And it's running very close, this match. I think Tommy's had the lead for the most part of it. And Cheeky Chico battling to try and get back on level par. Oh, Dillian White's down. He's on a count here. Fury's had him down. In fact, he stopped to fight. Dillian White's out on his feet and the fight's over. Well, that must be ahead of POTMAN, because POTMAN never told me, but that's it all over. He stopped him. So Fury's defended his title. Right, I can get rid of the stream, just give me a second. Yes, I'm muted again. Now, I was muted that time because I was blowing my nose and I totally forgot about it again. And that's all my water away. So now I've got nothing to drink. I'm going to have not a cup of coffee this time. I'm going to have a good cup of tea and maybe a second cup of tea after all of this is over tonight. Because this is, well, it's getting to be another 4-hour stint. It was a 5-hour stint last night with Friday Night 9 Ball and then Albanario's match. So my streaming hours are mounting up, so they are a whole bucket load of hours. Well, this Tommy going to keep Chico in his seat, as they say, because the one tricky shot, well, I suppose there's a couple of tricky shots. It's just you've got to get good onto these two reds here, and these are the ones that are the extended ones from the side pocket that Steve keeps going on about and telling all you guys you have to deal with them because they're going to be awkward to get onto if you keep leaving them sitting there. Is that right? I was ahead of you, POTMAN. Aye. Yep. I lost the stream, but then when I got it back, it was perfect again. Where's this cue ball going? Yeah. I mean, you look at the two of they guys, POTMAN, you'd never have gave that guy a chance. Let's be honest. I mean, in a big heavyweight boxing match, he's got a chance of a punch. The problem he had is getting near enough to Tyson Fury to land one good one on him. It was never going to happen. Never going to happen at all. But like I said, I mean, that guy did his bit. He showed up for the fight. He went in 5 or 6 rounds with Tyson Fury, and he's going to come out with a few £1 million in his pocket. That's his objective at the end of the day. He's had his shot at the title. You'll never see him again. Because I've never seen him before it, and so you will never see him again after it. He's had his turn. You know, quit while you're losing. Well, Tommy is again going to have to control this cue ball at the critical point because he's got the 2 balls that he can take out. It's all about getting nice on this 8 ball, which is off the rail, and it's certainly not getting into the side pocket. So 2 shots away from getting to the next round on this one lost side, and he hasn't hit it. In fact, the spin has killed it, and Cheeky Chico has a glimmer of hope here. Well, Tommy went all out for it, but in all honesty, it was never on. You know, with absolutely no chance of cutting that down the rail. But can Cheeky Chico hold himself together to get into one more rack? Well, I think Tommy could have finished in the worst place in the table here because looking at where Chico's been left, I mean, he's got a long distance combo and he's just managed to squeeze that in. It almost didn't get there. And I've missed all of tonight's snooker as well. That's all going to be finished. I very much doubt there's any of it still going on. Well, this might still go all the way, this match. Oh, not in the knuckle. Not in the knuckle. Well, the commentator's curse has done it again. Well, Chico, good luck, because he's got to find a line to try and hit this yellow ball. And of course, even if he hits it, he has to try and leave no decent shot in the 8 ball. Well, I think he's hit every rail in the table there. And so Tommy, with his free shot, just has to nurse this 8 ball over the pocket for the match. And that was unlucky for Chico, but that last mistake, it certainly was his last mistake. So Tommy goes through by 11 racks to 8. And a quick update, because I'm heading out here rapidly. Let's just get that there. We now see that Cheeky Chico is now going to be through to play Spud Boy. If we go back to the event, we'll see that we've got one more scheduled event. POTMAN and LS3 have sorted their match out for next Friday night, and it clashes with Friday night 9 ball at 7 PM. And so, also for anybody who doesn't know, we've got Albinario now confirmed to be Larry's next opponent in round 4, and Cobra is now the next opponent for Zangetsu. So that is us for tonight, folks. It's been a long day for me, and I am tired and I want a serious cup of tea. So I'm going to bid you all good night. Thank you for your company again. Take care and stay safe, and we will see you again soon.
Good night, ladies.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bull.